Hi, Crime Junkie Jurors. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. 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 It is a big day today. If y'all did not see my post, comment, chat, whatever, Bukhenik is supposed to be taking the stand. Bukhenik in the house. So the cross should get a little spicy. I expect to hear some stuff about inverted Sally Port videos. I expect there to be some fireworks. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go, but I know it's going to be something. I'm excited to see it though, because it feels like they have avoided calling a lot of the witnesses who we are, wanting to hear from. And, and I know why. Why do they take away our OnlyFans and give us Only Dome? Nobody likes Only Dome. I have a feeling, it's like they heard me. I have a feeling that the reason they're doing that is because Hank Brennan wants to try to get his theory out with any of the witness and evidence that supports it by hiding all the real stuff. So it's like, oh, hey, I think she clipped him, but because she said in the video, like, oh, maybe I clipped him. So he'll play that video, but then he won't, he's not bringing in the medical examiner who is like, it's not consistent with car stuff that I've seen. And I couldn't say that it's I couldn't say that it's a homicide, and kind of going against a lot of what they've been saying. And then you have, who did he bring in to say that John never came in the house? Never saw John come in the house? Sarah Levinson. Why Sarah Levinson? Because that's the only one that they can't go hard on cross, because all the rest of them have all these things that are, that are like either lying or misrepresenting or changing or somehow wrong, or rehomed phones and butt dials and all of these things. So I feel like he's trying to get his story out to the jury without actually having to call any of the witnesses who can tell the jury the truth about what's really been going on. It's like that he's trying to make the jury hate Karen Read. He's like, oh, look at this, look at this clip. Listen to this one guy who said she was snarky. Listen to, listen to this EMT who said that she said I hit him. So I think that he's trying to convince them and get them to dislike her so that he can convince them before he brings in any of the real testimony. Also, before we even get going, because you know how my luck has been with tech stuff this week. Tell me can you hear this? Can you hear me? Repeating myself? Hold on. Let's see. Can you hear me? Repeating myself? Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Perfect. Making sure that it's that it's doing that, because I'm going.
Hear ye. All persons having anything
They're coming because my headphones have made my ear hurt, so I'm trying to do it from speakers today to see if this works.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left it? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Bukhenik.
Bam, bam. Oh, we're awake this morning. Cat's on the couch today, and Lucy's still annoyed. Ooh. Come on, Bukhenik. We ready for you.
Please, the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
6 minutes in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my
Oh,
family
boy.
moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools
Yes.
through high
Small
school?
town mom.
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I,
You can finish this next one.
Relevance.
Go ahead.
decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
He's doing
How
this
long were
because
you
he
in the
wants
military for?
4
he
years.
wants the jury to trust him.
When you discharged from the Marines?
We know
What
better.
year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of
Unattended.
deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents,
Old age.
obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local.
Okay, so look, this is what he's doing. He's like, oh, so you came over, and you wanted to serve our country and you served in the military and you have top secret clearance. He's trying to establish credibility and trust with him. And right now, if I'm the jury and I don't know any better, I would be looking at him like, oh, wow, like, yeah, he sounds like a, really great dude. And, he does sound very trustworthy and he has top secret clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So he's gone through that. Now what he's doing is he's like, oh, so you all work as a team, right? It's not just one person, right? So now he's trying to make it like, don't worry about Proctor. Proctor's not a big deal. It's fine. Everything's fine. Proctor didn't do this alone. Proctor had a team. So you're saying, okay, yeah, he was the lead, but y'all are a team, right? Everybody does things as a team, right? So he's trying to say, trying to establish basically don't worry. Yeah, Proctor got fired over this and he was the lead detective, but yeah, don't worry. Everything's fine.
Police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind it. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any
Mr.
plan to
Proctor.
meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning, we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local.
It's bullshit. Okay, loose familial connection. Oh yeah, since our detective, since there was a dead cop found in our detective's brother's house, loose familiar.
Detective.
That's
Did that
also,
change your?
Side note, the information he just gave about how when he got to Canton PD and they handed him John O'Keefe's phone. Now we know this because this isn't something we knew before.
Role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken
I'm a
glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Ms. Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center basically to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
It was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as a subject.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves, at times we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was
That's BS and he knows it.
suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
That's BS and he knows
Is
it.
there a
Then why
phrase
did
that's common in these type of situations?
Yes,
What's that?
knocked out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not know, but I
based on the injuries, he's full of crap. And he's the one who told the hospital he thinks it's some kind of domestic thing because he thinks that John O'Keefe may have been hit in the face with a glass and all of that. He's
suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation. And we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Something's not right. Good could not have given him, first of all, Proctor said that he didn't get there till 10. So if Bukhenik say to Canton PD till 10. So if Bukhenik's saying he got there at 9:15 and Proctor was already there, that's a problem. Also, he said when he got to Canton PD, Good wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Okay. Hear me out. Well, I can tell you after this. Oh, no, they're not coming back yet. Hear me out. He says he got to Canton PD at 9:15 and Proctor was already there. Proctor said he was there at 10. He says that he got the phone from Good. Good left Fairview at 7:50 a.m. And there were still steps being recorded on John's phone until 8:30, which means Good couldn't have been the one taking the phone. Oh, he got it. Oh, what if he got it from Jim McCabe? Okay, look. Steps stop about 8:30. That's when everybody, like all the Alberts and McCabe's, are inside Fairview, sitting around talking. No steps are recorded at that time. No steps are recorded again until Proctor and Jen talk. There's a few recorded right around the time Jen McCabe leaves Fairview and right around the time she returns home. And then Bukhenik and Proctor go to Jen McCabe's house, talk to her for a few minutes, and then there are a few more steps, and then no more recorded. He got that phone from Jen McCabe, didn't he? Oh, what if he did? Oh, there's no way he could have gotten it from good. There's no way. There's no way. Just a thought. I'm no attorney. I'm no investigator. I'm putting this down in my notes before I forget. Carrie Roberts picked it up. Last time she said she did not remember who she gave it to. This time she said she doesn't remember who she gave it to. She gave it to a first responder is all she could say. She's like, I don't know. I gave it to a first responder. There's been no chain of custody for the phone. And it's been one of those things that has driven me nuts. I was able to figure out last year that Carrie picked it up by watching dash cam obsessively. But there's still been no explanation about where it went after that. The only thing that I can see that makes sense, because the first responders were gone by then, is that Jen McCabe had it. Which I've denied the whole time. I'm like, y'all are crazy. No.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me
I'm
to
not
give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall,
I'm just speculating.
the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded,
Hey, I don't remember. Can we rewind that? Hold on. I want to hear that again. That was what?
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights.
Bumped his head 2 nights ago? Where have we ever heard this before?
displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
Without the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did we hear that before? I don't
Did
remember.
she say
hearing-
when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Or what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital
He talks so
devices.
slow.
Is that something you do?
Going back to 1.2.
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection.
Okay.
I'm looking up. Yeah, I'm pulling up my, oops. I'm pulling up my stuff because now we're back live.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we would have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
I'm
putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sally Port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
No, he did not is not the answer. The answer you're looking for is no, I did not see it. That was the question I asked.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sally Port area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sally Port area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sally Port area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sally Port area, where did you go?
We left the Sally.
Objection.
I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
Jackson's doing the cross.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
If we weren't live right now, I would be like 3 monitors with all my timelines going over all this stuff. I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna do it at lunch.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages.
Good, never once, not one time, and I just double checked. I pulled up transcripts. Not one time did he testify to having
And what is that,
that
sir?
phone.
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title history and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Your Honor, this document is evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes,
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the
That's a
progress
juror
of those
that's
items from when you
helping,
first
apparently.
obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes, sir.
and you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
He's going to make notes on his gloves right now. No clue about the socks. And I went back and looked. There's nothing in the report about the hit on the head thing.
I've moved this item into evidence.
Check the PCA too.
Objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Random.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Sneaker gate.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the
Yes.
jury?
Yes, Robin S. Yes, they did. You didn't make that up. That was in the reports.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Sidebar. I'm still obsessing over the phone, to be honest. They showed the shoe yesterday from the hospital, I think. And then this is the other one. Have I seen the head wound? Yes, I have. And it's, yeah, I agree. It looks like a straight line, which I don't understand if it was hitting the back of his head on the ground. The judge asked that the sneaker be put in a bag and brought to the sidebar. Sneaker gate. Oh, they showed the one from 34 Fairview yesterday. Oh, that's right, because it was Connor Keith that did it. So this one is supposed to be then the one from the hospital. Didn't he just say this is the one from Fairview? So he's got it wrong. That's right. Because that was the whole point of Connor Keith bringing it in. He read it on the evidence tape. So if the evidence tape both says 34 Fairview, and also, can we just talk for a second about the extra chip? He was like, yeah, it was 2 pieces when I put it in here, and now there's 3 pieces. I don't know. These people. Just more bad police work. You know what makes me so frustrated, though? It's like Brennan has tried to tell the story to the jury without giving any real evidence. Because all the real evidence is very shaky at best. And a lot of evidence points towards something, you know, totally different. So he's trying to present all this to convince everybody before any of the actual evidence comes. The defense is smart, though. I'll be interested to see what they do. They opened the bag from yesterday at sidebar. Brennan is showing the defense what's inside. Sneakergate. If they'd have put this in a Stop and Shop bag, this would have never happened. Just joking. They're looking into the bag. Jackson and Brennan both holding bags.
Jurors will take on morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there following the thing. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Sneakergate. Let's look at yesterday. A whole half hour. I want to look before they come back.
Just let me know and I'll come right back on.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No, no problem.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right.
Hold, please. I'm going to pull up.
Of your report.
Shh. I'm going to pull up the sneaker. Let's see. Okay. Here's yesterday's sneaker. There's like the little inside. So that's the left shoe. That's the left one.
Mr. Brennan, bring the bag over.
34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's the right one. And they're both saying that it came from 34 Fairview? This is great. They do such a good job. I don't know why people are saying this is. I'm going to screenshot it and put it in my spreadsheet because then when I go back and look at my notes, I'm like, there's no way that I wrote this down, but there's no way that could be right because this is a murder trial for somebody's life. And there's no way that they could mess these things up. And then I'll start second guessing myself. And then I just want the pictures in my spreadsheet so that I can say, why, yes, as a matter of fact, they did. Did he say? Hold on. Let's get. Let's get Trooper Connor Keith back.
Item that you found that night,
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
if you could place it back in the bag.
Oh, so you found that one that night, and then also they found this one that night. Totally makes sense. No problems here. Trooper Connor Keith. Yep. You know, I can't tell you in this case how many times I go back and have to look at things again because I'm like, there's no way. I have to be wrong. I have to be wrong. And then I'll go back and I'm like, wait a minute. This can't be right. And then sure enough, it's all just a big disaster. I don't. Let me find the picture of the one on the road. It's so annoying. I just, and honestly, it takes like, they should, I blame them for my headaches because I should not have to be going back and checking so many things thinking there's no way this is happening, right? And then only to find out it actually is, in fact, somehow happening. Day 19 of the trial last time. Let's see. 20 tail light. Here's they need to get their stuff together. Here's the other one. This is the one that that's the one that was found at Fairview. That's a that's the right shoe, right? Yeah, I think that one's right. The thing is, these aren't things that should be hold on, let me get the better picture. Left. The left one, sneaker gate, yeah. I can't see in that picture. Hold on. There's another picture where you can actually tell. I just got to find it. Oops. Okay. That's the curve inside, right? Oh, where's my old lady glasses? Hold on. Give me a minute. That's the curve inside, right? So yesterday, hold on. That's like, okay, see the, that looks like that curve, like the curve, right? Oh, I wrote on this post right, that's left. I wrote right twice. I'm looking to see if they said anything. Y'all, there's so much that's like, okay, I get it. We have all picked apart this case because, I mean, look at it. And we found a lot of holes in testimony and a lot of issues. And now they know that. So they're trying to fill in blanks. I get it. However, you don't get to create a new reality so that people on the internet won't, call you out on it. Like that's not how real life works. That's not how murder trials work. That's not how being under oath works. You can't just create new scenarios and events and details because you know that the first go around everybody's like, you're full of crap. Look, if it's inverted. It's just an inverted shoe. Like this is I need a glass of wine. All right, tell me, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? You can tell that I'm like in super duper gotcha mode because everything after the phone, everything after he said he got the phone from Good, I'm like, hold up. BRB, I'm going to dive into my spreadsheet because you're full of crap. Everything after that, because now I'm like, you could not have got that phone from Good because Good left. And as he, like after he left, the phone is still counting steps for 30 minutes. And it stops while everybody's just in the house chilling. Picks up again about when Jen leaves. Picks up a few more when she gets home. Then Bukhenik and Proctor arrive over there. There's a few more steps. And then all of a sudden it's airplane mode, Faraday bag. And or Faraday bag. Whatever they did, it stopped recording. My email is Brandi@brandichurchwell.com. Don't spam me. Would the jury realize all this about the phone? No, absolutely not. No normal person would. I'm just a little bit psychotic. So like for me, those details matter. And that's the whole reason I put everything together the way that I did. Because if you weren't a complete psychopath like I am, you would not pick up on that. Because look, I mean, okay, look, all right, look, let's look at my timeline again. This is this is how, and you know what? I'll say this. My ex-husband was a piece of crap, but thank you to him because I got my detective skills trying to figure out where he was and where all my money was going. So, I mean, look, shout out to him for being a piece of crap because look at what a career I made out of it. All right. The green right here, these are the steps recorded in John O'Keefe's phone. All of those are steps recorded in John O'Keefe's phone. This is Jen McCabe's steps for her. One is the iWatch, one is the her phone. So this is, let me get to, Carrie had it in her, what time did Carrie leave? Because Carrie had to hand it off at some point. Jen calls Carrie again. Good leaves Fairview. See, they end at 8:30. I need Good to give me his timesheets too. Would they realize anything about the shoes? I don't know. I mean, reporters in there have said that the jurors are taking a ton of notes. So I don't know what they're going to pick up on and what they aren't. The thing about this one is it's so complicated. Because there's so many people, there's so many moving parts. The investigation is crap. All the reports change. Nobody's stories align. Everybody has different times. Everybody has different stories. Nothing lines up, which is the whole reason my timeline and spreadsheet looks like it does. Like one event will have 4 different times on it because everybody has a different story for it. And not even different stories because, okay, you're all drunk. Can't rely on anything you say anyway. The police reports even are like we arrived at this time and there's like, oh, my bad. Like even Bukhenik just said, I arrived at Canton PD at 9:15. Proctor was already there. Really? Because Proctor said he got there at 10. So he said, I got there at 9:15 and we walked in together. How is that possible if Proctor didn't get there till 45 minutes later? Did you wait in your car for him? What did you do? Why are we having this conversation? Why can nobody get their story straight? You are not drunk leaving a bar. You're a cop. Get it together, dude. Hmm. I even got all Higgins key card swipes. I'm telling y'all, when I say I'm a little crazy. Bukhenik and Proctor met with Jen. Ignore my typos. We'll just fix it while we're here. It's fine. Everything's fine. At least it's not an inverted shoe. At 12 Country Lane. Those last steps were at 11:56, and that's while Proctor and Bukhenik were at Jen McCabe's house. I don't know. I don't know how you can say you got the phone from Good when Good has never once testified that he had the phone. Ever. Not once. It stops for that period of time while they're inside Fairview. I feel like it would either be her or Matt. Or Brian Albert. Because Brian Albert was there too. Brian Albert went to over there too. Jen said she needed him to come over there because she needed support or whatever. I haven't filled in the Apple Health data for Jen after 9 a.m. Let me just pull it up. See, okay, y'all are getting, like, while we're on sidebar, y'all are getting a glimpse into how I sit here and obsess over things until I can figure it out. This is what I do. Totally normal. Totally normal. I've never compared Jen's step data after 9 a.m. to John's because I thought she didn't have the phone. Because I saw Carrie Roberts pick it up. Apple Health data. Got that one's till 8:40. Ugh. Now I'm going to have to enter this all in tonight so that I can solve the case and email them and let them know what happened. Let's see, 840. 02, I have that one. All right, 841. Okay, her steps. It shows his steps started around 11:06. John O'Keefe. 11:06 to 11:11. And hers. No, 11:11 till. And hers are 11:12. I mean, 11:11 and 11:12. And then. $11:18 and 11:12. I mean, they're pretty close. I'll have to put it all in there tonight and compare it. The thing is, if these people would have come in telling the truth about everything and not tried to avoid certain things and not been evasive and not rehomed their phones and not been kind of how they've been, it would be a lot easier to not question everything, you know? And not rehomed their dog. And they keep calling Chloe it. And that alone makes me like not trust you. Like yeah, Lucy's on Cat Patrol again. I think Ollie's under the couch and Scout's on top of it. They're supposed to be back at 11, so any minute now, but who knows? Because you know how they are. Just got here. What did you miss? So much. We're just over here busy solving the case, and they're over there screwing up evidence. Lucy wants to ask Ollie about cat tracking. Look, Lucy can track a cat. That's one thing she can do. Have they ever given a reason for the rehousing of Chloe? Yes. They said that she was aggressive and she had bit some other dogs and some other humans, and that's it. They had her for 7 years and then rehomed her. Jen didn't have it from the scene. We saw Carrie pick it up in the dash cam video, and I obsessed over that. That was one of my obsessions last year when I saw that, when they showed the dash cam video, because I'd always wanted to know where the phone was, because nobody had any kind of like chain of custody for it. And everybody's like, oh no, I don't know. There's no chain of custody whatsoever. So I knew what time the steps started. And so when I saw Carrie go over there, I was like, oh, she went and got it. And then she testified after that she went and picked it up. But then she didn't know who she gave it to. And she still didn't say this time. I thought they denied her biting another person without it being a dog fight, and they got bit because of that and not just attack someone. Yeah, that's what they said. They said that I think it was Nicole Albert, right, on the stand last time, who said that oh, they're about to come back. Who said that there was like a dog fight and the woman tried to break it up or something, but I guess the woman who but there were two separate ones. But I guess they're on the witness list too. Yeah, this has been a big thing. To me, personally, it looks like, yes, it looks like a black soul and the other one looks like a white soul. However, because of their terrible photography skills and
you are unmuted.
All of that, I think it shadows
The jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
Let me see the court is in session. Thank you.
the defense.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs.
The defense would have jumped all over that if it was the wrong shoe.
Did that fall out?
I just need them to get their stuff together because they're causing me more work.
Thank you.
Same. Yes, the defense can still call him. This is still direct. We have to figure out the shoe. or hear about the shoe. I guess they figured it out.
All rise to the court, jurors entry.
Oh yeah, they all rise for jurors every time the jurors come in, and the judge.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
Are you sure?
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
JK, take two.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik show it to the jury?
Yes.
Our safe word of the day is yesterday was waffle, today will be right shoe.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I've never seen that done before either. Nike is our safe word.
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please?
next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's due to the,
I'm sorry?
maybe approach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't see that's interesting for them to do it that way. I've never seen it like that. Framed like the rest of this case. So weird. I'm lost. So are the Massachusetts State Police. So you're not alone. Yeah, now they're careful with the evidence. The thing is, yeah, Aaron's there today. The thing is, it's frustrating because they're doing this in a way that's like, I'm trying to think, okay, if we didn't know as much as we know, and you're on the jury and you're hearing all of this, you haven't heard so much of the bad stuff yet. Like, he's done a great job at hiding it. You know, he wants them to hear about John not coming in the house, so he only calls Sarah Levinson because he knows everybody else that gets up there that says that, you know, will be like, well, we saw how those cross examinations went last time. And he didn't call the Kolakethis because they had good stuff to say about Karen, and he didn't call. He didn't call the medical examiner because, well, I mean, he will, I'm assuming. You kind of have to. But it's like he's only giving. I just have a problem with the way he does things. It's just, he's not truthful. I hate that. Yeah, Karen told reporters yesterday that
Jurors, every piece
getting
of evidence
done.
that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from Crime Scene Services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
How are you going to investigate
Was
the
this
scene
a
and not go there for 5
search
days?
or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought like an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of
See how he feeds him the
the
answers?
property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road
Why does he talk like a robot?
on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, there was no coat. The EMT that specifically remembered the coat is the one who specifically remembered Karen Reed saying, I hit him, even though he was in the ambulance.
hand you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
Yeah, they held up the hoodie right after the t-shirt.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
No objection.
Okay. We'll knock them separately, please.
First time going to Fairview was after Karen Reed had already been arrested. He had not even gone to the scene yet.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna allow that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wait, didn't he just say the third was the first time he had been to Fairview? He just said that, didn't he? Or am I crazy?
Thank you.
They interviewed, he did say that. They interviewed, according to his report,
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they
Cole
taped
Albert
together?
there on the first.
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
I'm getting annoyed that none of this is
This is
accurate.
7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490 7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the viewers can see what you're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515 7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P5037707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
I can't remember if they did DNA from the straw. I know they did it from the cup. Or drinking glass, cocktail glass, whatever.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, John's DNA was on the cocktail glass. Yeah. And you can see him leaving the bar holding it too. So. I don't remember them doing anything with the straw.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close?
There was some glass that did not match
Do you
the
recognize what's in that photograph?
glass from the bar.
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's
need to.
probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no way he could have hit his head.
You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to
Right there and
Fairview
ended
to
up-
try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is later. They would just like do drive-bys too, like randomly driving by. Oh, look, there's taillight pieces. Let me just stop.
With the court's permission, Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Totally normal.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Yes, he was
Third
wearing
photo
socks.
is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line American flag on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order to identify them. Or I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
I have an objection. Where's the dang pictures of her car?
Do you want them as 4 separate?
Where are those? Why are there no pictures of? And somebody took them. There are pictures of her car, but not until February 1st. That's my problem. They need to have, how are there no pictures to show when it got there? when they picked it up, when they put it on the tow truck.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527 7735.
This is again, the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, do you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
It revealed itself. He had gone there with Mike Camerano. Mike Camerano came to his house. They rode there together. Then Mike went home because his kid got a hockey injury. the police chief, so he wasn't retired at the time. He was on medical leave, if I remember correctly. And good friends with Higgins. So they just kind of drove by, did a bunch of undocumented searches. No biggie. Seeing what reveals itself. Yep, crime scene talks to you and the evidence reveals itself.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
I do believe they'll get to cross today because there's no way that Hank wants this crossed on a Friday. He doesn't want the jury to go home thinking about what's about to happen on cross on a whole weekend. That's just what I think. I'm speculating.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
I'm just over him at this point.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like a $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the, let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor.
They just kind of like, it was just like, hey, we'll just swing by and grab whatever we
Could you
see.
produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the,
Exhibit 103.
with the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please.
I'm just sitting here mad. I'm not even talking. I'm sitting here mad. Changing things up to try to like cover up your own BS is BS. He's not going to call any of the witnesses, like key witnesses that
Could you stand so the people in the back can see?
he's just dirty.
Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand. And this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last
Exactly.
evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
It limits
I
the
did
scope
not.
of
Any
what
different
defense
reason than the
attorneys
last
can
bag?
ask
No.
and allows him to say
You
whatever.
have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag.
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The big piece too, that part has always been crazy to me that they found the big piece days later.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I've reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We
Search
requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did
No.
you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message,
Inappropriate text.
cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
Yep.
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
Did you just say
And
that?
when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
You liked it?
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No.
Oh, you're so full
the
of-
text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
At some point,
As
when
got
you
that
read
text
it,
chain,
oh,
was there an investigation?
There was.
such a liar.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I
Oh.
was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Here's how you know that this is incredibly coached and curated and that nothing that they're saying is real. Let me tell you, we have been talking about how Brennan is leading. Brennan has coached them. Brennan has said, these were the issues last time. This is how we're going to get around it this time. You're on the text chain. They're going to eat you up over that. So he's feeding him the answers. Did you look at the whole text chain? And he's like, no, I didn't look at the whole text chain. No, that gives him an out for all of those disgusting texts. Bro, I was at the airport. I was so busy working. I didn't even look. I just acknowledged it and moved on. You're a liar. You're a dirty liar, and Brennan's dirty liar, and you're all dirty liars, and I'm mad at everybody, allegedly. Ugh.
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
He's leading, like, just
Was there a second?
testify
finding?
yourself,
Yes, there was.
Brennan.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
Case in point. Was that text about a review? Objection, leading. Oh, okay. Was that text about some kind of review? Objection, leading. Oh, okay. What was that text about? A review. Give me a freaking break.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Do you investigate rubber ducks better than you investigate murder trials? I do.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm so annoyed. I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have
Can you start again?
the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Come on, bro.
Yes, I believe that is.
Okay.
Next, please.
He's reading Proctor's text.
There is a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
They didn't give the context. So now people who didn't go through this first time around, like the jurors, are probably like, what the heck are they even talking about? There was a picture that was sent right before those texts to the group text or whatever of Yannetti, David Yannetti. And so Proctor responded to that picture of Yannetti and said, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now. No nudes so far. And then he said, I hate that man. I really hate that man, talking about Yannetti. So the jurors are hearing this like, oh, these came from somebody else and not you, and you're reading them. And we don't even know they're talking about or what's happening.
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, we still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
I'm so annoyed.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the Ring, that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the Ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
A bag? Like a potato chip bag? Who's got a bag?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
This is before the snow.
Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any Ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any Ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no Ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for Ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please. Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
He's showing all of this stuff because he's like, oh, look, they came and got, what did he say? This shows consciousness of guilt or whatever. He said they came and got the murder weapon. And he's saying the 2 videos that are missing, they've blamed that on Karen Reed. They testified, I can't remember. I'd have to look at my spreadsheet. I can't remember who it came in through during the last trial, but they said during the last trial that that
Thank you.
the records from Ring
you
showed
look at
that
video from
nobody had
1240?
logged in to
Yes, I
delete
did.
anything.
We have video 171.
They blame it on Karen for deleting the videos, but the only ones who we know for a fact accessed the Ring video on John O'Keefe's phone are the police. Yes, Jackson's doing cross.
And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the Ring video from Mr.
That one's taken February
O'Keefe's
1st.
Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Oh, is he about to give his expert opinion on whether or not that could have caused it?
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover.
I always said
Lens.
I thought
Can you
he
zoom back out for a second, please?
could
Could
have
you
thrown the
continue? I'm gonna
glass
ask
to
you
break
stop in
it.
a second.
And then the crash daddy said that.
Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Any of your documents, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Would you like to move this into evidence?
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At
But
some point
here's the thing.
later
They
that
did.
afternoon, you shared.
Wait till they did take pictures, but all of a sudden nobody has them. And that's why I'm so frustrated. If you watch the Sallyport video, because we'll see it, if you watch the Sallyport video, there is somebody who walks in front of, walks in front and then walks behind or whatever. You can see them taking a picture. Where are those pictures? How come nobody has those? They only have the ones on February 1st.
Or mid-afternoon you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
The Dighton cop said it was cracked but not completely destroyed.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
you play video 2, please?
Yeah, there's a lot of snow on there now. Remember, our snow pappy said that most of the snow came after 6 a.m. So this is later on that afternoon. This is 4 something that afternoon. Yes, we've seen this before. This is when they're loading it up at her parents' house. And you can see that same little piece at the bottom.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on,
And a
please.
little hair that could.
So did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, Lori's, can you stand up for just a second, please? Jurors, feel free to stand.
Jurors, feel free to stand up. Stretch. Stretch. Yeah, I think we're going to count the drinks again. They've heard that video clip of her saying that they were really weak, so she got the shots, and then when they left, like, she had the one that was basically like a double that she hadn't touched yet or whatever. All that stuff. So they already, I'm assuming the jury already kind of knows what's coming, but also, he talks about how, they're going to show her getting the drinks. They're not going to show her drinking them and stuff, but it's funny how he still makes sure to like word it like that. It's just, I'm just annoyed. I'm just very annoyed. It's edited and crafted. Everything is very curated, and it's frustrating. I wish the jury could just know everything,
And approach.
Yes.
In terms of giving you the CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
They'll show that on cross-examination, I'm sure. Is it weird they made a video to show it? Everything they do is weird. Let's be honest.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
They were all drinking, yeah.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you.
I
4
don't
more
like to stay out
photographs.
past 9 p.m. So I don't drink often, and when I do, it's not a lot, and I can't stay up past 9 p.m. if I'm out. So I like to be home in pajamas.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
My nanny got me a dish rag that says "Born to be Wild," but only till like 9 p.m. They know how I am. My friends all know if we go out, I'm going to sneak away and like Uber home before they can fuss at me about it.
It's 108A to 100B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51.
Is talking hard
So
for him now?
That's
Like,
the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
927, please.
Hold on, I want to show y'all something. These are, hold on, I'm going to pause this for a second. These are the two pictures. This is the one. This is the one from the Sallyport on the 3rd. And this is the one of her leaving. This has the red all the way to here. This does not. This describes what the Dighton police officer said about how it was cracked but not completely destroyed. It describes how Carrie Roberts said it originally when she said it had a little black hole in it. It describes pretty much all the original descriptions of it. This is leaving. This is 2 days later.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
The last, any time I cover a trial, those last video moments are always like just heartbreaking. Just laughing. Ugh. They, Mike Camerano was there, Kurt Roberts came, and they ran into somebody, I can't remember. Same.
So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
I've barely seen her take a drink. I don't even know that I've seen her take a drink. Every juror report I've seen is just like they're paying close attention.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
There's a drink.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
something I still don't understand with the Commonwealth stuff too. You know, they're saying like part of their thing
So
is
the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
the
Does it
Part-
also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
part of the theory is that he was wanting to leave her, and you know he was getting ready to break off their relationship and stuff. The texts from that day are literally her saying, "If you're done with this, if you're over this, that's fine. Just
By
let me know."
9:45, how many drinks have been served?
He's like, "No,
to the
come over this
defendant?
weekend."
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket.
Just my theory. I think they keep pointing out that he's putting it in his back pocket because they're going to try to say that's why it was underneath him.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
He was looking at his phone because he was getting texts
Proceed, Your
from
Honor.
them at Waterfall saying to come over there.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
He got texts from Chris Albert, Julie Albert.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Yeah, everybody testified that Karen didn't seem intoxicated, like didn't seem drunk or whatever. Karen said she was a little buzzed but not drunk. But the thing is, everybody at the bar was saying she, didn't seem drunk.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
Everything with jury reactions is just that they're like very engaged in this. They're all paying close attention.
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
The guy in the jacket is the guy that they ran into there. He was like a coach or something. I have to look at my notes from last time. I can't remember what his name was. Note takers have taken very few notes during this time.
$10.41, please.
The bartenders were
Those
questioned
4
and
shot glasses are redistributed.
also said she didn't seem drunk.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't have an objection last time.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
They did, but
Now,
it doesn't have any
as the page,
times on it.
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave. The defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it.
She said that John said she hadn't even touched her drink, so they weren't going to leave it there.
And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
With the strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see Constance on this.
All right, she's about to break for lunch. Luncheon recess. Served and consumed are very different. The thing is, like, even she says she's buzzed. Prosecution wants.
For the luncheon break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock. Just file out after.
Yes, all rise for the court, please. Hearing is closed and open. Follow me.
Luncheon recess. So she wants the, or he, Brennan, wants the jury to be like, oh, she was totally drunk and has no idea what was happening. She says she was buzzed. The, I mean, I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make to, well, I say that, I mean, that interview from the last juror was like, well, yeah, we just figured she was drinking and he was there, so it must have been her. Well, he didn't, but some of the other ones did. So I don't know. All right. I'm going to get up and move before my legs rot and fall off because I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. I can put on beach cam. Give you pretty beach views. While we're waiting. It looks like it's about to rain. Oh, actually, it's really sunny. It just looks like dark in the background. Anyway, so Zoo Crew's gone. Oh wait, not 135. Hold on. I got to change our banner. Banner. What time did she say? $45 minutes. So that'd be 55. We'll just go with it. I'll come back early. All right. Oh, till 2? Even better. Even better. Till 2. That'll give us all time to get our lives together because Massachusetts State Police can't, so some of us might have. All right. I will see y'all in just a little bit. I'm going to take these dogs out. Me and the Zoo Crew will be back in a few minutes. Luncheon. Hello. Hello. Hi. Psst. Psst. What did I eat for lunch? I had buffalo chicken rollers. Cat Daddy had to go out and do some work stuff this morning, and I asked him to bring me back some this morning when he left. I was like, "Can you bring me some buffalo chicken rollers for lunch?" And he did. So, Chat Daddy for the win. It sounds like a random lunch, but I love them. We were just out there talking to him, to my kid, and he said that his friend is out of surgery, which is a good sign. So, hi. Hi, Midge. Buffalo chicken rollers. So, okay, we listen and we don't judge. They are like these little, like when you go to like 7-Eleven or Quick Trip, and they're like these little buffalo chicken, like with like little bits of cheese in them, and they turn on the little spinny things with the taquitos. Love them. Love them. So much better than the taquitos. I love them so much. They're like those, but better. I want to be as comfy as Tinsley. Yeah. She just came and laid down. She's been out there. I went and sat out. On lunch, I like to walk outside. I want to feel fresh air and sunshine. So I take the dogs out there and sit out there with Chat Daddy during lunch. And I eat my lunch on the back porch so that I can just feel fresh air. And then come back in here and deal with court stuff. Touch the grass. Gotta touch the grass. It's hot out there right now, though. It is hot. It's really hot. And I don't know if y'all know, like I've been messing with my ear all day. So wearing these big headphones, because I've been working like 16-hour days. So wearing these big headphones for 16 hours a day it's messed up my ear. It's bad. So I ordered some like little in-ear ones, which is why I was testing this stuff earlier today, see if I can just listen on speakers today to give my ears a chance to heal. But I ordered these, so hopefully this will keep my ears from messing up. I've been messing with it all day. It's driving me crazy. So today, if y'all can't tell a difference, then that works for me. I am just playing it on my speakers today so that I can rest my ears. They're so good, aren't they? Oh, they're so good. Buffalo chicken rollers. I also had to get a new phone. I've had my phone. Wait, before I tell you which phone I have, let's do a poll. How long have you had your phone? We'll do less than 1 year. 1 to 2 years. 2 to 3 years. More than, no, let's do it like this. More than 5 years. We'll do like that. We'll do 1 to 2 years. I want to see how long y'all, before I tell you how long I had my phone. How long? Because I'm about to rehome my phone. I had to get a new one. I am in the minority right now. Okay, so most of you are saying more, you've had your phones more than 2 years, but less than 5 years. And then the next highest is 1 to 2 years. And then the next highest is less than 1 year. And then the very few of us is more than 5 years. I've had my phone for 6 years, my iPhone for 6 years. Because it worked. I did not destroy my SIM card and put it on a military base yet, but I told Chat Daddy, don't make plans later. I'm going to need him to get me on the military base so I can get rid of it. He was like, we were talking about that out there, and he was like, I don't know why they do that. Military bases, like, you take trash to the same dump everybody else does. Oh, goodness. All right, I'm going to end the poll. So more than 2 years, less than 5 is the vast majority of y'all, 41%. 1 to 2 years, 25%. Less than 1 year, 19%. And more than 5 years, 13%. So I've had mine for 6 years, and I finally had to get another one because it's it won't hold a charge now. Like, I'm not even on my phone during the day, and I can charge it all night, and by the time I finish streaming, it's dead. And I'm not even on it. I'm streaming with y'all. And anybody who knows me knows I very rarely answer text messages or anything anyway. So it's not like I'm on my phone all the time, but it won't hold a charge. And I charged it all day the other night, and it still didn't work. I woke up and it was still not even charged. So I held out as long as I could with my phone. As long as I could. They should be coming back any minute now, and we will have the same witness on the stand. Yes, they have more video to watch. We're still in direct examination. Burner phone for me. I know, right? Look, all of us like watching these trials are like, bro, I think I'm just going to use a burner phone for the rest of my life. Let me log into the Zoom so we can spy on them that way. Welcome. When I upgrade a phone, it's usually when it's paid off so I can have a better camera quality. Yeah, I mean, the one that I got, I guess, has a much better camera quality than mine, but I'm like, I look better in grainy photos anyway, so that's fine. But, most of the pictures on my phone are animals and sunsets. I ran the vacuum and my cat is traumatized. So Lucy is not a fan of vacuums. She's also not scared of them. She wants to do everything she can to attack it. So she'll Chat Daddy was vacuuming the hallway the other day, and she was like getting down, like crouching down, and then she'd jump at it, and then she'd come back, and she's barking, and oh my gosh, it was so funny. So funny. She does not like them. Sneakergate. Okay, so Sneakergate. Yeah, I have seen the stuff about the I said this earlier. I've seen this stuff about the black sole versus the white sole, and I understand because I can see it in the picture. However, those pictures are terrible. I think it could be a shadow. And I think if it was a totally different shoe, the defense would have already jumped all over it.
You are unmuted.
My cheeks are getting flushed, and I feel heat. I hope I'm not getting like. We ain't got time to be sick. It's trial time. It might be. Cancer sent me into early menopause, so I am still on like the very end of it. But man, those hot flashes, like I didn't know what they were, and I was like,
Back in session, you may be seated.
they're rough.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
So we're all waiting on.
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play.
Video bars?
We'll just let them play.
Okay.
We'll let the video bars play. If we do cross on Friday, that's a good thing, because that means that the defense will,
11:46,
I mean, the
please.
jurors will go home thinking about all of that. These are not the good quality that I would like to see. And they actually looked better last year. In my opinion.
1206, please.
Can we get a zoom and enhance? Like, I need it to be like how it is on TV when they're like zoom in, enhance, and then it's like, and then all of a sudden you can see everything.
1207. $12.10, please.
By the way, we're like less than 500 subscribers away from hitting 20K. So close.
Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to the evidence.
He showed it
Study
because
that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
he wanted
Yes,
it
in
to
his
be out of
right
context.
hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator. You
Right
can see
there.
the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Bukhenik. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. Evidence?
No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
Everybody wake up.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
They're
Right.
trying so
And
hard to skirt
managing
around
the
that.
investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And it has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team
Stop acting brand
has a
new.
leader.
Come on. Stop acting brand new.
Did the
Yes, they
team
do.
in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise.
That is one possibility.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the
that's what-
integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator?
Yes, because
Is
he
there
was
some reason?
fired.
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29th, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so
I didn't. I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began.
They are trying
Much earlier
so
than that.
hard to make semantics work in their favor here.
He was on call.
He
on
was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Was that so hard, Jen McCabe?
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation?
Yes.
Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you
Jackson.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
That's not called major. That's
You're
called
aware
majority.
of
Two different things.
The search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Verizon cars? What? I don't have this on my chart. I have no idea where we're going with this.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2?
Oh, now I know where we're going.
Is that a
with this.
search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
Who's it signed by?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot
Oh,
make out
Lord.
exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
He's like, I don't know. I can't see for some reason. I can't see. I don't know. Bruh.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have
And
you ever
the
seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based
you
on what
did
you're
see it.
presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the
No.
first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5?
I probably could have told him that before he strained himself to see.
Does that appear to be a
I
police
think it's
report?
going to be on all of them.
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV. And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's
I bet I
Trooper
know.
Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
I bet I know that too.
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Take your time.
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please.
He's so much like Jen McCabe right now. Oh, we should come up with like a
Does that appear to be a report
name for them because they've become one person.
authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
We need to mix McCabe and Bukhenik. McKinnick. Bucabe.
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
Yeah.
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
No,
sure.
sir. No, sir. We're not going to pretend like that. Anyone's entitled to ask for anything. We're pursuing because y'all sat up here and told us we would never ask for a search warrant for 34 Fairview because that's not. No, so we're not going to get up here and be like, anybody can ask for anything. It's okay. Everybody can ask for anything. We just want all of the evidence that we can possibly get. We're in the pursuit of justice. We want the truth. BS. BS. Rewind and listen to how many times y'all said there was no way to ask for a search warrant or even consent to search.
As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please.
Anybody can ask for anything.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Oh, I want to ask for the
It's the
job. What
same
would y'all ask
report.
for?
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
What would y'all ask for? Chloe.
You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town library videos.
Sally Port
I do.
videos.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Oh. This town is going to be the death of me. And I don't even live there. Doorbell cam, that's a good one. Missing cop cams. Footage to find out where Rocky Albert came from. Oh yeah. Because it was for this case. It's relevant. All the phone data.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And
The robot voice
who's
kills
the
me.
person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sgt Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road?
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the this way.
Yeah, he comes across as like
At no
desperately
point
trying to avoid answering, and that
on
was
January
bad.
29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying for his documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be.
There you
Correct?
go.
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Okay, so this is exactly why I said he's a big fat liar, because I put my time stuff on there. He called, he's like, oh yeah, I looked at it and I immediately was like, oh yeah, that looks like it's from a car. Bruh. You talked to the ME and said you think it's some kind of domestic dispute, and he got hit in the face with a glass. Like, are you kidding me? And then he's just going to act like that, like, doesn't exist. Like, oh, well, I meant something, what documented, what lead investigator. What do you mean by lead? I wouldn't say he's lead investigator. I wouldn't say, I mean, he didn't do 90% of it. So, yeah. What do you mean by yes or no? I don't know how to answer that. Oh my God. Great.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of
Any
January
day.
29th.
Any day, bruh.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who was coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sgt Bukhenik.
You mean what
I think I was
house?
talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call
What house?
CSSS
You said what
out
house?
to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
Oh,
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You
Not an
mentioned
actual
3
interview.
civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't
don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other two,
Right before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people, all three, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No,
We
Your
can-
Honor.
We can all answer that.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes,
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
all the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way.
Bless it.
If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to
how
shift gears for a second.
easy it was for him to answer questions before, and
Sergeant
now how
Bukhenik,
it's
and ask you
painful.
about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly.
It's like, it's so frustrating how they can answer so easily and just like rehearsed. And then as soon as they get up there, like even the simplest of questions that should not be hard to answer are all of a sudden impossible for them to answer. I don't get it. It's so frustrating. Lucy's on the pillow up there. You see her? They are rehearsed. You can tell. Juror reactions. Let's see. It doesn't really say anything. I don't see anything about juror reactions yet from anything since the last one.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. It worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
He's about to ask for the socks.
Thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I had one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Was it is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay, so it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Bukhenik.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Highlighted portion, sir.
Let me check my notes. Sounds like me. Let me refer to my spreadsheet. Hold, please. Oh,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
like if I'm seeing him act like this after just seeing him having no problem answering questions, I'm automatically looking at him
Does that refresh your
side-eyed.
recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
that refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes.
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
He remembers everything on direct, but then needs to refer to reports on cross. I'll say this, I hope that they learned some lessons from this case.
Well, we're looking for this piece of paper. You remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in, at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
Butcher papers.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
Claw o'clock. I can always tell when it's getting close to the end of the day because the zoo crew starts getting antsy. Yeah, we just never know. We don't know where the socks ended up. This will be a long cross. It would go a lot quicker, though, if you would answer a question.
Sir? Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
Right.
So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have
That's
a single
wild.
document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented a 1 piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the
somebody
3rd.
else.
Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report?
It's
I'm gonna
raining.
combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
Uh,
Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Objection.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews.
Right.
I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after.
Like pulling teeth.
5 days after. 6 days after. Canton PD recuses itself from the at least parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
Question.
I'm sorry?
I object.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything else about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. Anything, Sergeant?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
That was like pulling teeth. First of all, he talks in 0.5 speed. Second of all, even the simplest question, it's like deja vu. It's like how things were with Jen McCabe. When she just, even the simplest questions, she would not answer even the simplest questions. Is that your signature? Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that it's my signature. I mean, yes, those are all the letters that make up my name, signed to a paper that I may or may not recall, and that does look like my signature. However, I can't be, I mean, I don't know. It's a bad copy. My eyes are blurry today. I had pink eye last week. I haven't had coffee. I don't know. I just can't say. Bruh. I think the last 2 hours have aged me 10 years. And when he tried to say, oh yeah, my first interview that I did was at Canton PD. My ears perked up. Like I just picture Lucy when her like little ears perk up when I mention something. I was like, excuse me, Canton PD? Excuse me, what? There was not one witness, sir. He tried to sneak that one in, and AJ was like, oh, tell me more, sir. Who, if anyone, did you interview at Canton PD? And he's like, Sergeant Good. That is not an interview, sir. That is not an interview. I'm so annoyed. Pulling teeth. It's ridiculous. Shelly said, no, I pulled teeth for a living. That was way worse. Fair. That's fair. Sir. I do say that a lot. Sir. Ma'am. No, ma'am. This will be an acquittal just based off the jury hating these witnesses, not wanting to answer questions. Do you not think though, like as soon as somebody gets that evasive, I'm automatically like, you're hiding something. Nobody is that evasive. You want to be careful with your answers? Cool. I got you. You're on the stand. You need to be. But when you are like Chatty Cathy with old Cranky Hanky, and then AJ gets up there and all of a sudden you can neither confirm nor deny anything and you can't see anything and everything's a bad copy and you don't know. And But I'll say this, now that Jackson knows how he's doing this, I can guarantee he's going to be at home, like strategize or hotel, whatever, strategizing exactly how he's going to adapt to that and ask questions tomorrow. Proctor's "you're fired" paperwork literally refers to him as the lead investigator. Like, that is not a trick question. There are trick questions in the courtroom. There are. That ain't one of them. That ain't one of them. All right. Where's Murray Moss with our official stats for the day? Did I miss him or have they not come yet? Let me see. Let me scroll. Here they are. All right, stats. Witnesses. 1. 9 sidebars, 30 objections, and a shoe mix-up. It was a shit shoe. Shoegate. Shoegate 2025. I'm behind, but didn't Jen wear blue to testify? Yes, and I can almost guarantee to a degree of scientific certainty that Cranky Hanky told her to, because it's like it's a thing. Light colors on the stand, especially blue, make jurors more empathetic towards you. It's a psychological thing. So all the ones that are like going to be on the hot seat, he's like, wear blue, head to toe blue, dye your hair blue. I don't care. Just wear blue. I could see it happening. He has on socks in the hospital, and then the socks, we don't know where the socks went. So they were just never seen again. They were with Chloe in Vermont. I don't know. They just, we never heard of them again. Make sure you hit the like button today, please. Thank you for that reminder, because I always forget to say it and I am trying to do better and I'm not very good at remembering, but y'all are. I got a blue house with a blue window. Isn't that what song is that? What is that? What song is that? Who, if anyone, feels like they've been at the dentist all afternoon? Only one witness. It's been all Bukhenik all day. And he'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for asking. He had surgery to try to stop the brain bleed, and he is out of surgery. So that's all we know so far. So that's a good sign. All right. I have to get out of here. My phone's not working, so I have to call. This is why I wanted the one that has worked for 6 years. Old Faithful, almost 7. And of course, I get a new one. It's not working. So I have to figure that out. And I need to do that before they close because they close in an hour. So I'm going to jump off here and then I will get the recap with top moments done in just a little while. What a day. What a day. Bukhenik. I'm going to rest tonight. I'm going to say my prayers and ask for patience because I can't deal with another, like, the avoiding thing. And I feel like he talks so slow. It's like we just need to pause and like just chat amongst ourselves for a little while so that way we can listen to him in like 1.25 speed at least. Because then he sounds, when you have him in 1.25 speed, he sounds normal. When you have him regular, he sounds like he's 0.5 speed. We'll work on that. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. I will see y'all bright and early tomorrow for jury duty. Let me know in comments for all of you lurkers, late ones, replay crew, all y'all. Let me know in comments what your top moments of today were. I will see y'all bright and early.